Okay. Hello. So my first thing I'm going to do today is my owl bear, the baby owl bear that does not have any embroidery. Ugh. The non-embroidery owl bear, so that I can test out the new changes to the pattern that I made. And that's mostly just I cut the belly part in half, and instead of putting the um, legs hand sewn onto the belly, I'm actually going to put them into that little cut and then sew the belly around the legs. There's the two. Okay, so the legs are just going to be like that, stitched into that little cut instead of actually like sewn on. And I think that's the right height, but I'm not sure. So that's why I want to test this before I start doing the one with the full embroidery on it. The mom up there. Ugh. Ugh, what is in my throat today? Disgusting. Okay, darts need to be done on those. These two need to be darted and stuck together. That needs to be darted. These two need to be sewn together. That needs to be sewn together. These I can hold off on. These need to be darted. And all of these need to be sewn. This I can hold off on. Belly, or the front feet and the back feet. I need this pile and these guys. I have misplaced my brown thread. Oh no. In a bucket somewhere. Here we go. Exactly what I wanted, yes. Just red, gold, lovely. Okay. I think I'm going to do the big thing first. So, once I finish this owlbear, I will be working on, but I want to get done first. The owlbear done first, not the manatees. Oh, just because I think this is going to be like I already have 3 manatees ready for the next uh convention. I'll have something on the manatee shelf regardless. They don't have any more owlbears because I sold them all. Doing this line in the center first to kind of back it all down. I'm going to do these little guys next because they're going to tack down the corners. Pointy. Need those extra threads. Flat. It's all over the edge. Okay, I have the tail in the center here and the ruff. I guess it doesn't matter which one I start with because they're both held down in different places. So it's okay. And then the tail. Hello, Pick. Yes, because I sold the two owl bears I had at the last convention, I need new owl bears to put on my shelf. Oh, come on. For this upcoming convention. So I'm going to make one baby and one mom. And then if I have extra time, I will make a second baby. But to start with, I'll have baby and mom. And I'm starting with baby because baby does not have any embroidery designs on it. And I've made a change to the pattern. So I'm doing the change on the thing that's easier to make because there's no embroidery. And if this works, I'll make the mom the same way. Making babies today, yes. That's all I need the dark brown thread for. Now I need my medium brown. Yes, Bob. Okay. So the change is not really anything that's gonna be super visible, but like so that I can point. So down in this little here, this little guy here, where the arms attach underneath that ruff, they just get hand sewn on. Um, that's what I've changed so that instead of them being hand sewn, I'm now going to just like sew them into the body itself as I'm on my machine. So it's just one less hand sewing part. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping. Quicker and sturdier. My thoughts were like because I'm hand sewing them onto the bodies, I can't make sure that they are like in the exact same position each time, so they'd be slightly different or slightly off. Whereas if I'm machine sewing them into an actual seam, that seam doesn't really move. So it will be the same seam each time. I just picked generic tavern bard music because I'm doing owl bears. This is an odd song. Hardcore cover. Yeah. Hardcore. Very odd. Whatever. I'm gonna just let the music do what it wants today. tail, the ears, the arms, the ruff. Uh, give me 2 seconds. I gotta go check what my craft room warm. Nice in here. Okay. Okay. Those bits are done. On to the next bits that need to be sewn. And I'm gonna bit of stabilizer for the darts. Next convention is the Friday, Saturday, Sunday that's around the 20th, whatever that date is. I've got about, was today's the 9th. So I got about 10 days to get things done. A little schedule that I made of like what I want where and like what to be done at what days. And I've got 3 extra days built in of not doing anything so that if I have um stuff that doesn't get done, I have 3 overflow days to work with, and I'm already half a day behind, so it's probably pretty. It's just a generic Comic Con. It's going to be Granite State Comic Con, and they are a little bit more comic booky than like anime and fandom, from what I can tell. But I also heard from uh, some people at the last conventions more regularly than me and for longer than me, that because this is like the biggest convention in New Hampshire as like the state, that it gets a pretty good mix of like all sorts of fans types of people. Yeah, so I'm hoping the Owl Bear will fit in like the nerd crowd. Be you an old school like comic booky role play game sort of nerd or a new fandom sort of nerd, video game nerd. Oh, I actually have pictures of my booth, but they are hidden on my website. It's a page that doesn't have a link to it. Um, give me 2 seconds. I will send that to you on Discord because it's got my face on it, so I don't really want it in stream here. But I'll share it with you. Wait, I'm very bad at Discord. Hang on. Do I expect people who watch my stream to buy from me in person? I don't know. Um, I've already gotten a couple of people who have recognized my stuff from like I sell in person at the local mall, so they've been like, "Oh, I recognize your plushies from there," which is kind of cool, but also like terrifying. Um, I assume at some point if I get lots of watchers from the same area as me, I do say like which conventions I'm going to go to, like that's available on my website. And like I will say, like I said I was going to Pop Cult Anime when I was going to that. So I'm fine with that and I'm fine with people eventually finding me. But like just the internet feels very permanent to put anything out there. Like if you see me in person, that's one thing. If I'm putting my face on the internet, that just feels like something different. I don't sell stickers online. Oh, I sewed all the way through that. I need to leave a gap in there. Ah, I forgot that was part of this pack. I don't do stickers online at all because just the whole shipping and everything. And I don't do like full on sticker sellers where they do fandom stuff. My stickers are all based on, well, essentially they're based on the little art that's down here at the point. These little art dudes. They're based on like that art that I do. I will turn that, like I'll clean up that and turn it into a sticker. And it's just basically like my plushies that I have made, but they're like $2 each. So it's a lot cheaper than buying the actual plushie. Um but like I don't do sticker sales. Like I'm not a sticker seller where I've got all the sticker sheets and you can combine them together and whatever. Like all the sticker seller people that I follow on Instagram. Like I don't do that. I make my plushies into stickers and then I take them to conventions and that's it. Um yeah. And they don't go online. I do have some of the bees that I made online on my Etsy, and I don't think I've ever sold a single sticker online on Etsy, which is fine. They just kind of exist there now. But I don't really want to do stickers like as a thing. I'd much prefer to do plushies and everything. So no, I don't consider like me a sticker seller. Although at Pop Cult Anime, I did go around and I bought like a sticker from everybody who was there selling. So I grabbed stickers from all of them and I was like, yay, more people should have stickers, just not me, obviously. Yeah, it's very much I've got a cricket, this thing's gonna make things. And I even like on the sign it says like these are inside type stickers. They don't go on cars, they're not UV or weather protected, they're just made at home stickers. So it's literally just kind of like a if you want to support me but you can't afford one of the big plushies, you can get the sticker version of the plushie. Got that I had to leave a hole in these because they get stuffed through the back section. Silly moose. Silly moose. That's probably Okay, now I'm gonna do this leg the right way. Silly Moose Studio, yeah. Yep, today is gonna be Silly Moose hours. There we go. Down, I sewed the right way. There's the owl face. I need to actually put the face on here before I. Oh, I probably could have left that dart open until afterward. Ooh, this might be second Silly Moose hours. There you go. I can re-stitch that dart after I've stitched the face onto the head. So that needs to go there before I stitch down these darts, because these darts actually go right to the edge of the piece that needs to be pinned and put together. But these guys get stitched down. And then this center back of the head. Okay. That one also gets a stitching hole in it, or a stuffing hole. So I can stuff the owlbear through the back of its head right there. Perfect. Okay. Um, do I the little legs go on the belly. Belly goes on the front. I think I can stitch this down now. Yeah. Okay. I can put the two backs together right now. Would have been very helpful if past me actually wrote down this sewing instruction. Okay, so there's the back of the body. The back of the head connects to the back of the body. Okay. That half's done for now. Go back over to the table. And get these dudes all connected. Okay, starting with the face. Oh, I need my pins. Might need to give a little snip or two in this curve. Is might get shifted. Ooh, I need to stretch that even a little bit further. Oof. Okay. Okay. So I have Granite State Comic Con coming up, and then I've got Northeast Comic Con after that. Those are basically my last two big events of the year. So that is this month and then in November. And I'm kind of thinking uh, after that, I'm going to kind of focus on doing some stuff for my stream. This is just going back to like thinking about stickers and everything still. Um, one of the other streamers I watch, he has like a reward with like 10,000 channel points. He'll mail you a sticker, and it's just like his logo sticker kind of a thing. But it's like, man, I have stickers of my little plushies. I could do like a reward of X number of points equals a sticker sent to you. Especially because like it's one stamp to send them anywhere in the United States, basically. And even globally, I think it's like $1.25 a sticker. I think that's what international stamps are now. But, like, it's not super expensive. I could totally send out stickers. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to, like, be okay with sharing your address to me to mail out the sticker, which is why it's not, like, a mandatory thing. But, like, it would be like a on-stream viewer reward that you could redeem if you were willing to do that. Like, if you want the sticker. This is the front of the foot. Flip this around. Front of the foot goes right here. Okay, there's one little foot all finished up there. Once the base is on these, so this is the belly here. And this is essentially just the top part of the belly and the bottom part of the belly. And the leg is going to just get stitched right in that seam there. So that will be the new connection, the change from the last pattern. This is the front. So overall, it shouldn't really have, if I've done everything right, it shouldn't really have any change to the overall look of the dude. Just that the top line of the feet where they attach is going to be a straight line across rather than like two little arches, like little M&M or McDonald's arches or whatever. Where the tops of the feet are, but the tops of the feet are also underneath that ruff. So it's not like you actually see the tops of the feet at all. There's still no real way for me to include the little uh ear tufts, or I guess I could maybe do the ear tufts, but the ear tufts or the arm tufts in to the seams. Because like I could slice the outside of the leg and put a seam in there and then put the little leg tuft in there. But the problem is I want the leg tuft to be stuffed. Like I want it to be like full of stuffing. And anytime you fill something with stuffing and then try and put it under the foot of the embroider or of the sewing machine, it's now all big and puffy and it doesn't like getting stitched. I think those are still going to have to be hand sewn on after I stuff them. Yeah, it's a little pillowy, and sewing machines really work best with like flat things, non-pillows. Yeah, that's why the lamb's crown gets hand sewn together. It would be very, very difficult to stick underneath the machine. These little guys, these legs are going to be stuffed, but only after I put them in here, which is why I left that hole in the back. So I'm going to flip it right side out, stick it on the belly, sew it into the belly, and then I'll be able to stuff it once it's all done and then stitch that up. Guys, be done. These are all done. That's the back. The belly needs its little legs. The stuffing hole just gets hand sewn, and if you use very small, very even stitches, you can kind of hide it in those seams. And because it's also going to be on the back, it'll kind of be hidden in between the belly and the leg. I'll just have to stuff them first so that the body is not stuffed up first. Yeah, there's my little belly. Yeah, so I'll stick the legs in, attach the belly together, put that onto the body, and then once the body is all together, let go. The leg should like I'll stuff the leg, but then the body will still be flat and squashy, so I can just kind of flip the leg up and stuff it, and then stitch that up, and then flop it back down afterward. Then the whole body can be stuffed up, and I can put the little feathery bits on. Ah, don't stab. Bad. Okay, these are all good to go. Yes. Oh, the beak is done. That gets hand sewn on at the very end. Those go to the legs after the body is connected together, belly after the legs are. Okay. Oh, I need my pin cushion. Where'd you go? Uh, I have three. Where is my third? Where are Ah, I have 3. There it is. Okay. Because number 2 is full of all my yellow pins. I don't want to mix my blue and yellow pins together. Yeah, hand sewing the back of the leg will be a lot easier than hand sewing the leg to the body because this that I need to hand sew is just a straight line. Whereas when I was doing the legs to the top of the body, it wasn't straight across the top. It had like this arch to it. So I had to sew along an arch. And also I had to line them up so that both the tops of the legs were at the same point and I didn't sew them on like one leg above the other. So I had to like line them up equally and then sew an arch. Whereas this is going to be, they're already lined up equally because they go into the same seam. And all I need to do is a straight line across. So those will be a lot quicker and easier to stitch up. And this is all theoretical right now. Like this might not work out. I'm like 95% sure I know what I'm doing. But there is a possibility that this does not actually work the way I'm. Yeah, I'm always about simplifying everything for myself as much as I can. That's why when I do like the applique and everything, I usually try and put it to my embroidery machine to have him like stitch it up and then I just like cut away the fabric and everything. Versus like I could like all of those little satin stitches, like those decorative lines that I put on things, or like where I attach two different colors together with thread on them. Um, I could absolutely do all of that like on a sewing machine, just pushing it through and directing those lines. I find it a lot easier to just do that on the computer and then let my embroidery machine do those lines for me. There are actually no beans whatsoever on the baby. The baby has no beans. The mom owl bear has beans on all 4 feet. But part of the reason, so the reason the baby is cheaper than the mom is not so much that it's smaller. Like, honestly, the fabric difference between like the baby and the mom ends up being about 5. The price of the mom is over double what the baby is. Like easily over double what the baby is. Like 2.25 times. And that's because I do all the embroidery details. It adds the time to it. The overall difference in like material costs between the baby and the mom is something like $10. Like it's not a lot. Like a tenth of the baby's price is materials. A tenth, no, even less than that. Whatever. 4%. 4% of the mom owl bear is, yeah, it's all about the work time. Like I've got over on my little table over there, I guess there. I have my little timer set up. So I actually am recording how long it takes to make this owl bear baby, which I'm pretty sure I have a good accounting of because I've already made 2 babies. But because I'm doing the arms a little bit different on this one, because I'm sewing them in, I am recording it again. so that I can kind of figure out, oh, is this actually saving me time? Is this saving me work? Um, I am recording how long this baby takes. And yeah, like this is already like, I think it's already close to 2 hours. I'm not over there to see, but I started today having already done about 45 minutes of work just cutting out all the fabric. Like getting all the pieces together for the baby was already 45 minutes. And like, yeah, I'm going to be charging at least minimum wage for what I'm doing here because I want to pay myself a living wage. I want to be able to like survive off of making things. And then also I have to pay for the materials and everything, blah blah blah. So that all gets factored into the cost as well. But like the everything is based on like the time. And so in order to keep baby owl bear a little bit more affordable, there's no embroidery on it whatsoever. Mom owl bear gets all the embroidery, and she gets embroidery on all of the feathers and on her toe bean. Uh, he's not hitting the pins because he actually is hitting some of the pins, but these are very, very like. Let me get one of the broken pins. Let me grab one of my broken pins so I can like fiddle with these. Trying not to stab myself. So these pins are incredibly, incredibly like easy to bend and to manipulate. So he is actually hitting them, but they bend out of the way. So he's hitting them, they bend out of the way just slightly, they curve around, and over time, let's see, do I have any? Yeah, over time they do get slightly bent. I don't know if that is actually going to show up, but they get slightly bent because he does hit them. And then when he hits them really, really hard, I retire them to the pill bottle of sharp, dangerous shit. So he does hit some of them. The other ones he just kind of glances around, like he'll go over top of them or like miss them, but like he definitely does hit them and they just shift out of the way for the most part. But he does hit pins. And that is the reason you should not sew over your pins, I say, as sewing over a pin. What happened to my right thumb? Oh, dry skin. Most everything that happens to my fingers is just dry skin. Yet no stabs. No, normally when I'm stabbing into like the pads of my fingers, which are turning black from all of the ink on here. Cool. Um, most of these stabs are like into the pads of my fingers. The tops of my fingers are just because I have like chronically dry skin and I have for the entirety of my life, and it's not great. And I have yet to find like a hand cream and or regimen that actually works. So it's just generally a losing battle to keep my fingers functional. Yeah, and everything here is ink. My fingers generally turn colors from the beginning to the evening. They'll just get like slightly darker. And it's usually blues and browns that I'm using because those are the darker colors that show up on more. When I'm using the white fabric, so I'm doing like a lot of white bats or things, I'll use yellow and pink. So my fingers just kind of turn pastel. That is what I have right now. I have Cocoa Bar Vaseline. Still doesn't help. Like, this is like about as good as it gets for me. It sucks. I just inherited bad skin from my dad. Bad skin and a fucked up shoulder blade. There's my belly. The face. Oh no, not nope. I cut the belly in half. Right. Okay. Normally the face would attach to the belly now, but this is the middle of the belly, not the top of the belly. I need to put the little feety bits in, and then the top of the belly, and then I can stitch that up. ADHD and the complete lack of spatial awareness. Yeah, that sounds fun. I'll bounce off of things like Mr. Moose constantly makes jokes about like doorways aren't wide enough for me because I will just kind of ricochet off of them. And in our last apartment, we had a hallway that went like up, over, and then up again. And I would constantly just like bounce, bounce, bounce as my like as I walked through there, kind of like smacking hips off of shit. I don't know if that's lack of awareness, like spatial awareness, though, or if it's just I'm bad at human body. It was a terrible layout. It was a basement, underground, terrible. I much prefer this apartment. Still not perfect. There are things I would change about it, but whatever. It's functional. I have a craft room. Lovely. Okay, so that's where the little arms are going to go. Hopefully this all works out. This little belly top is going to go right here. Yeah, it still doesn't get proper heating. That's one of the things I would change. Yeah, we do. We put space heaters out. I bring one into my craft room, and then we put one on the opposite side of the house, and it works out. It's fine. Okay, there we go. The part I'm most concerned about when it comes to if these legs will work out or not is mostly I had to just kind of estimate how far they're actually going to come down. Like, they don't come down to all the way to the base because this is going to be round and it's going to like curve around to be the bottom of the legs. They're not flat like this. They're going to be like rounded. But I wasn't sure how far down these little guys were actually supposed to come. So I just kind of estimated. If you run more than one space heater at one trips the breaker. We've kind of got that in the kitchen where we can't run the microwave and anything else at all, otherwise it trips it. Um, and the bathroom circuitry just kind of constantly trips for no reason whatsoever. Like, I'm assuming if there's moisture in the air or whatever, like too much dampness, it would trip, and that's a safety feature. That's fine, but like we can have like not done anything in the bathroom for like an entire day, running dehumidifiers, doing whatever, and it just like it still trips. Why? Why are you doing this? The microwave kills the router. Oh no. That's so odd. So you guys can't like run the microwave when Judo's streaming. That's so odd. It's the microwaves. They're evil. That's so odd. Technology's weird. I don't understand it. Okay, the head now gets attached to the belly. Wrong one. Ooh. We have new windows, so they're like nice and insulated. We just don't have the heat. Oh, but the bedroom window has got some kind of a leak somewhere around its frame. So that one lets in the cold air. But we do the thing where we put the plastic up over it to stop like the breeze from coming in. So it's slightly better. No, I think the heat has been fixed. At least that part where like it was making a lot of noise for our neighbors. I think that all got fixed. I mean, we will find out once it gets cold enough this year to turn the heat back on. Right now it is fully turned off because it's very warm here. Um, so we will find out. But I think that issue has actually been fixed. They replaced the entire pipes, like the water pipes that were rattling or whatever they were doing that was making loud woo kind of noises. So they replaced those entirely. So theoretically, it will be fixed. Okay, there's the front part of the owl bear that gets pinned to the back now. And I'm going to do this part in multiple parts. The bottom is fine. I can connect that entire thing. Um, but then when I do the tops of the legs, in order to get the full like knee Like it's got toes and like a knee, like this bump here. In order to get that full shape, I have to do that part separately. So I will be doing like the top of the toes and then the sides, and then coming back and doing the knees separately afterwards. That just gets you like a better knee shape rather than like a straight line across. And it's just because you have to clip into the seams and then move the fabric around and like manipulate it. So multiple parts to finish up the outer seams there. After that, I will have the bottoms of the feet to stitch on. And then I have to put the eyeballs on, which I don't remember what size eyeballs I used. And I can't actually figure out where I saved the pictures of the owl bears that I took, so I can't even compare them. So I'm going to just kind of wing it and see what looks good, which is, I think, what I did the first time I made the owl bears. But I'll actually write it down this time. I wrote down the colors I used, so that's new and exciting. And then after that, I can't stuff the owl bear today because I need to wash all of the marker off of it before it gets stuffed. Otherwise, all of the stuffing needs to dry out, and that's just a pain in the ass. And also, like, just tough because like if you don't fully dry it out, that's when you get like mold and mildew. So it's much easier to have the empty shell of a stuffed animal, wash that, dry it, and then stuff it. The couple of times I've done like plushie restoration, like take an old plushie and fix it up and everything. I have also de-stuffed them entirely so that I can clean them without the stuffing inside. It works out a lot better. Okay, so the belly lines up. That's the first worry solved. Like, yay, that is the right length. I properly sliced the belly. Hell yeah, it's almost like I know what I'm doing. I don't think this is bard music. This is like not D&D tavern music. I think Spotify is lying to me. Okay, so the top section, the bottom section, and then the tops of the feet. Okay, that's all pinned together. Don't need that. We need here. Yeah, there. All good there. Okay, that's the tops of both feet. Now I'm going to just go from the top of the head down to the knee on both sides. I guess I can. Doesn't really sides up. Pushing the arm out of the way to make sure I don't hit the arm. Ooh, I did terrible on that one. Okay, I'm flipping it over. See the dots. My gosh, that was terrible. Okay. Cookie stick. Okay. And then this part clip, it's clipped here, clip, good line up. Perfect. Other ones. Stick. Okay. It's the leg. Come on. Here, you like this? There's like 2 stitches there. There's so few. Come on. There we go. There were like 3 stitches holding everything down in place. Very rude. All right, let me flip this real quick. Just to make sure everything. Oh, I think I got the leg length right. Yay. Check my knees. Do I have that lump I was looking for? Good. There's my knee lump. Perfect. Okay. Woo! That looks good. And it looks like the legs are the right length, more or less. It might change a little bit when I stuff it, but it looks like it's gonna sit. Hell yeah. Now I need to put the little feet on here. Push you all back through. The little feet, the eyes, and then this is done for the day. I will finish it tomorrow. And this is the top of the foot. There's one foot, very stabby. This is the top of the foot. I drew lines on the back of the foot for top to bottom, but they didn't actually put an arrow on them. Completely forgot the little arrow bits. A little bit more center. Okay. There's little feeties. Also got a string hanging off of his head. He doesn't need that. Unnecessary string. Whole body needs to be rotated around each foot. Not ideal, but the other option basically be hand sewing. So push flat, will you? Well, I caught the edge, but I also got all the fabric, so good enough. Ah, let go. There's the other little foot. I've got all the fabric there. Didn't get caught. That's fine. Okay, eyeballs. I need to poke holes where the eyes go. Figure out what size eyeballs I want. I think I'm going to go with whatever the size I use for frogs. I feel like that's probably a good size. Woo! Okay, let's go see what eyeballs look good here. Bronk. Eyeballs. Maybe not those eyeballs. What? I really wish I had the pictures of them. I think I actually used gold eyes. Hang on. These eyes, not the solid black ones. I did my colorful eyeballs. I have gold there. Oh, I also have brown. I think these are the eyeballs I used, which are technically the same size as the frog eyeballs, just they have color to them. And some of them are a little bit chipped and gross. Oh, that's not even centered. Those are good eyeballs. Oh god, that one's bad. Actually, I think I did gold eyeballs like this last time. Let's flip you with your eyeballs hopefully staying attached. Leg. Yeah, I did those eyes. Okay. But with this brown, I might actually go with brown eye because that matches the rough. I think I'm going to do brown eye. A little off centered. Do I have a better one? That one, if I cut the flashing off. I'm gonna do brown eyes, not gold eyes. Ah. And where are the backs for the colorful eyeballs? Oh no, the backings! Where are they at? There we go. Pretty sure these are them. Oh, maybe not. That is a little bit small. Yeah, that's too small. Uh-oh. That's not the right backings. That's the same size. Why do I have two bins of the same size? Okay, where are the eye backs? Oh, I might just have to use the two small ones. Fascinating. Those are buttons. Those are tiny eyeballs. Those are charms. Button. Glitter. Oh man. Perhaps the tiny backings were the right ones all along? Huh. Okay. Sure. Well, that one broke, so that's not gonna work. Okay. Tiny backings it is. Where's my gold eyeballs? Gold eyeballs go here. Oops. Okay. Well, that's gonna be the owl bear for today, I guess. He's there. I can flip these guys if I can find my flippy tools. Oh no. Did I put this away? Whoops, slightly away. Almost in the right spot. So there's the ruff. That does get hand sewn in place after it's all stuffed. Then with the tail and the ears and such, arm fluffs. But everything needs to get washed first to get rid of the marker inside. Everyone's gonna get a bath. Oh, put your arm down. You're fine. Tiny little beak, big ruff, tail, arm, arm, ear, and ear. Okay. So we're at 2 hours and 50 minutes. Bring that over to of which that's my fabric. Maybe 50. So with all the hand sewing, I've got, according to the last baby owl bear I made, I've got about half an hour left of work to do. So that'll be tomorrow. Owl bear will be flat until it's a bath. And now I'm going to work on some manatees. I'd like to get them done. I do already have some manatees for my shelf, so if I don't get more manatees done, it's fine, but I do want to have some there. The gumma bits. I still have sea cows. I've got one more sea cow, I think. I don't think I sold all of them. So I'm going to hold off on making the sea cows. I'm going to just do the blue ones for now. And I've got two different color blues. One very super saturated, like cartoony blue, and one more of a realistic blue. I'm going to get those 4 all stitched up. Those ones I don't need to time. Let's see. Okay, so we've got tails. We've got fins. Oops, we've got a white chin for a sea cow. Fin, heads. That's the snoot and the chin and the belly. These are body bits. There's another fin. Snoot. I only have 3 fins. Where'd the other fin go? 4 bodies. Bodies, bellies, fins, little rudder fins. There's the other fin. Chins, snoots, faces. Got bellies and chins. Face, body, snout, body, face, body, and face. Okay, the snouts need their noses, which is going to be in yarn. Oh, ow. Okay, black yarn. And I got different yarn needles. I'm not sure if these are going to work better for the yarn than my plastic one, because the plastic one I need to punch a hole before the needle goes through. These ones may be able to punch a hole themselves. Now, if I can get the yarn through there, that would be cool. Or I can just throw the needle on the ground. That works. Thread. See if this works. Yay! That worked. Okay, can I pull this through the fabric without needing to punch a hole? Ah, maybe not. Yes, just barely. Okay. Mm, beautiful. Okay. Second nostril. Ah. I have to find like a stick or something that I can put through there just to keep it at the distance. Maybe my little sword pen will work. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna sword pen it because I want to be able to pull the thread tight when I'm knotting it, but I also don't want it to be so tight as to uh, cause problems. Whoop, don't slide out of the needle. Uncool. Push you all up out of the way. Cool. Perfect. Lovely. Oops, don't get tied around it. You're supposed to be helpful, not problematic. Okay. 2 sets of noses. 2 more to go. Ooh, I hope I cut this line. I think I'm gonna just stab a hole on these ones. It is easier. I was hoping the new needle wouldn't need a hole stabbed. It's a lot easier with the hole. Ah, lame. Yeah, the stabbing of the holes went so much faster. Ooh, just enough yarn. Cool. It definitely did that exactly on purpose. Yeah, absolutely, that was on purpose. Hell yeah. Okay, there we go. These guys can all be flipped. All my little limbs. These do need to be pins. Okay. Poor little arms. Woo. rudder tail. Bits of Minky everywhere. Okay. These need back up with sharps. Does this one? Yes, it does. Okay, cool. Needles put away, so not mixed up with my pins. Ow. Ooh. Well, I'm gonna throw it to ads because it says it's coming in 6 minutes anyways, and I'm gonna go find a nail file because that's be right back. Nail filed successfully. Okay, bits. Need sewing next. I've got 3 different darts on each of the mouths. So they all need to be stitched up, not the chins. The face darts need to be stitched. the tail and chin dart. Those are all good. These guys just have so many darts. The shape is worth it at the end, I think. But oof, the darts. Okay, I need my pokey stick, but I'm going to take all the pieces that need to be darted over to the sewing machine. Get those guys there. I do need blue. This, I think I'm going to use dark blue on all of them, regardless of the color. Nope, don't do that. Uncool. There's my dart. One of many. Two of many. I should have underwater music. I don't know underwater music. Wave noises. Several hours. I don't know if I can listen to that. Not that this music was very D&D-esque. He had some weird pop song covers there as well. Where the heck did that dot go? What the marker over here? I do not marker because I can't see that once I fold it, and you actually need to see where that dot is. Because that dot is where the dart ends. That it's even both sides. Nope, missed the edge of the fabric. Okay. I think I might just dot these guys as well while I have the marker and before I fold them up. The dots. And so 20 darts in total I have. 20, nope, 20, 24, 28 darts in total. $28 total darts for vanities. There's the little round face. Letting you out. Okay. Oops, ripped some. It's fine. This is all just scrap stuff that I use after I cut off my embroidery bits. So it doesn't have to last or look pretty. Shred this shit apart. There's one belly. Oh no, the top didn't sew. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this? Good? For real this time? Okay. Oops, I forgot the bomb. That's fine. There's another belly. There's the belly. Start there. Arr. There. 6 more. And I can actually start putting these guys together. There we be. There we go. Okay, so that's all of the darts. Ow. Ugh. Pieces now get stuck together. Let's see. The bellies are going to end up getting all of the fins attached to them. Those need to be pinned in place. Move you over a little bit. Oh, your nose, your little snoot is still inside out. Let me flip that for you there. Your little bird snoot. There you go. You can be flat and squashy, but you have to have your nose the right way around. The bellies for the dark blue are going to be the same. They're going to get all their fins pinned to them. The bodies get stitched to the faces. Body to face, body to face, body to face. Okay. I don't need the snoots yet because bodies and faces get put together. Yeah, so it'll be body to face and then back spine to spine. After that, the snoot goes on the face. After the snoot is on, the chin goes on. After the chin is on, the belly goes on. These guys are going to be the last part. This is up next. Let's find my marking. That's a left and a right, right and a left. This goes here. This goes here. Here and same with these guys. Let's see. There. And goes, nope, same side, that side. Here. Probably really should have used a darker marker on these ones. While I have it flat before I wear it away, I'm going to, I think, just Sharpie this eyeball location so that I can actually see it. There we go. All of these get sewn to these. All of these get sewn to there. Good. Okay, and then the backs get sewn together once it's all combined. Is there? Let me grab a drink. Ooh, wait a minute. Nope, I'm doing this wrong. Because this is not the full length. I need I need to put the snoot onto the face before the face goes onto the body. Right. Okay. The snoots actually do have to come over here, although I need to pin the snoots. So maybe I'll come back over to that. Okay. So just the tops of the faces get sewn together first. Okay. Again, past Moose probably should have left sewing instructions for present Moose. I am going to be making these guys again at some point, probably in October, just because, bobbin thread running low. Okay. This is one of the patterns that I made myself from scratch. So I am going to be pulling this one, which means I actually need to create instructions for it, which means I need to take pictures of me making it. But I have instructions. I can like put pictures in the instructions. Oh, did you run out of bobbin thread? No, you still have bobbin thread. You're fine. Okay. We're gonna get a couple more faces out of there. I don't much more. Maybe not much more at all. Well, we'll see. That was the end of your thread. I saw the end. Okay. Well, that's fine. Other blue? I have a medium blue. I actually have two of these, the same color bobbin. So I'm definitely going to use that just so I can use up one of these blues. Get rid of your low bobbin warning because you are no longer in bobbin. You are full bobbin. Okay, so there's the fronts of my faces. I have to put the noses on before I can attach them to the bodies. I think noses and chins before I attach them to the bodies. The bodies can be sewn together though. So this will be pinned. There's my center point. Got a little dot for that. Probably put a couple more dots around this. Then pin here. Ouch. Okay. Those four can be stitched up. I can also stitch up the center back of the bodies. Then I'll put the mouth, chin bits on the faces, and I can connect them to the bodies. Then the bellies need to go together. Hmm. So I can't really work on the mom owl bear until tomorrow after I stuff the baby and make sure the baby is looking. So I think maybe after these manatees, I have to make two more hornets, two more hornet hollow knights, silksong hollow knights. So I think after these manatees, I'll cut out the pieces for hornet, or at least two of them, maybe three. Hornet is like a 6 hour project. I don't have my spreadsheet up and I didn't memorize it. I think Hornet start to finish takes about 6 hours. So I will definitely not be finishing any of them today, but if I at least cut out the pieces, then I'll have something to work with. So, because I made one, and I was kind of thinking I'm going to take that with me to the convention to show off and or sell. But I also sold two more Hornets that I'm going to ship out before the end of the month. So if I can get them started soon, that would be cool. And if I can get all, if I can like make three of them, then I can have two to take to the convention, and or I'm ready for another sale if somebody buys it. Yes, both of the I did put Hornet up on Etsy, so the two sales were on Etsy. I won't be putting her anywhere in like my local mall place type thing or any of the local areas. She won't be sold in person. She will be convention and or Etsy only. The local malls places don't really like copyrighted stuff, which is totally fair. Even though Hornet, I am allowed to make. Team Cherry is really cool about fandom, fan merch type stuff. And as long as you're not manufacturing or making them in bulk type settings, they are totally cool with fans making and selling. It is awesome. So I can make as many bugs as I want, as long as they're all handmade, one at a time kind of thing. I've been very much enjoying watching people play Silk Song. Very cool. There's my four heads. Okay, here are the backs. The dots are on the spine side, so the spine gets connected. Okay, there's the center back of my covered in fluff. Here we go. Bosoms everywhere. Fine and okay, there's all the backs, all the fuzzums. The pins need to be pinned in place and then stitched on. After the chins, I need to put the eyeballs in because otherwise it's hard to do that once it's all stitched up. Your center point, so there we go. Oh, I need more pins soon. Left to get the pins from Bernard and bring them back over. Oops, let's change my camera over. Oops. Hornet takes about 5.5 hours to make. 5 hours, 20 minutes. There's one chin. Trying to put this pin on, or this chin on backwards. Oops. Yeah, this is not really like bard D&D whatever sort of music. It's just covers. And sometimes just straight up Lord of the Rings here. I wasn't sure what to do for music today. I did when I was making Hornet. I did Silk Song, or not Silk Song. I did Hollow Knight music, which was like, oh, it's thematic, ha ha ha. So I was like, well, I'm gonna try doing the same thing. I'm gonna just pick like, I don't know, D&D music. Like they made the movie Honor Among Thieves, and it's like, oh no, I don't like that. No, so I just picked like generic D&D like atmospheric music playlist, whatever. I think this person curated their list very well. I have run out of pins. That this is not what I think of when I think of like atmospheric D&D music. The ding. Who message? There's another chin. Okay, there's my fourth chin. Stitch those up. Okay. Now I can stitch those guys up. Pokey stick. Hold everything down in place. There's my mouth. Okay, eyeballs will be next for this little guy. And then I have to put the back on the face. The back on the face. Oof, hit that needle. Or hit that pin. Back on the face and then the fins on the belt. Wait, you don't need that little bit of thread there. Uncool. There we go. There's another chin. Okay, there's fins. And there's my fourth pin with a little tiny thread sticking out. We don't need. I'm gonna get rid of it. There's four chins. Okay, eyeball time. Which I will need my pokey stick for. Which eyeballs do they get? It wasn't bat eyes. I think they get 12mm eyeballs. Well, I'm almost out of 14. They might have gotten 14s instead. I only have enough 14s for. Okay, I need to get some more 14mm eyeballs. So 12 and 16, I guess, are my choices. They looked cuter with the small eyes, is what I decided. I think I had the. I think they were the 14. That's why I'm out of so many of them. I think I'm going to go with 12. I don't think I have any other 14s. I think I've got other 16s. Oh no, those are even bigger. Those are like 18 maybe. Let me flip your little face. That's not terrible. I think I'm going to go with the 12s for them though. Hello, Judo. I need to stab some holes. Do some stabby stabs. And I think these base. They do. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to do the little 12 eyeballs. I like that. But I do need to buy some more 14s. One face down. Probably also get some 12s while I'm at it. 12s and 14s. Two faces. Why are these eyeballs so much harder than the larger ones? They should have a smaller post on them. It should be easier to push them. Eyeballs are just fighting me. There's my third face. Okay. Here's my fourth face. Before I forget, I'm going inventory of things I'm. It is. It was supposed to be 14 mil. Okay, I did have that written. So these guys are gonna have slightly smaller eyes than the last couple I made. It's fine. Okay, those guys there. Actually, this way. Do I want to attach their bodies to their faces, or do I want to attach the bodies to the belly? I think I'm gonna do bellies. So lots of pinning now. Ouch. Stab myself. Not the fabric. Oops. Okay, that belly is a little pinned up. Ah, pinned myself again. body onto this. Start at the top corner. These do get pinned just because I'm going around some green curve there. Bottom. Here. Weird music. Okay, well, anyways, there's one body all pinned together. 2 bodies pinned. I do need to get another drink though. Pause 2 seconds. Okay, two more bodies. A little bit of fluff. Back over. Center point. Three. Oh, so many little fuzzums. Getting just bored with these guys. So close to done, and I just don't want to do them anymore. Ah, I think it's the pinning. Not a fan of pinning. I have to pin a lot. Just I'm done with. Oh, Instagram. Someone liked my post. Yay! I'm popular. Okay. Those four can get stitched up. I've been streaming for about 4 hours. I'm going to swap out my microphone so it doesn't die on me. I'll be right back. I return. What is wrong with this camera? Off. Whoa. Good. No. Why are you like this? Close enough. Okay. Oh, I don't have my pokey stick. Pokey stick. I'm going to take both of those out because that fabric is thick right there. Okay. That looks good all the way around. Yay. One body done. Hell yeah. That looks good all the way around. There's two bodies. I think that looks good. Maybe, yes. Okay. A little bit of a wiggle right there in the line, but that's okay. It's not super huge. It should just be hidden underneath all of the fluff. Whew. Ugh, that was tough. You're a little not. Okay, that looks pretty good. A lot closer to the edge on this side than it is on that side. Ugh. Okay, heads on the bodies. And I'm done with these guys for today. They also need to be washed before they get flipped and stuffed. This gets pinned right here. This gets right here. I'm probably going to put one right here in the center. And right here. So this one doesn't need a lot of pins because it is pretty much a straight line. I'm just kind of putting a couple of pins in at the center and like start and stop points, and then one in between each of them to just keep it lined up. I don't need to pin the chin at all because the chin does not get sewn. That is going to be the part where I stuff it and then hand sew it. Here. There we go. Oops. Yeah, that's not right. Where's the center? Where's the center of your head, dude? Right there. Okay. That looks better. Okay, this is going to get a couple of extra pins because I apparently didn't sew that back center seam very well. I'm going to put 2 pins, one on each side, to hold it in place on both sides. There we go. Okay, these get sewn up, and then I'm done with manatees for the day. Ugh, can I flatten you out, please? You cool? And let me flip that manatee. That sounds like a game show. Flip that manatee. There we go. A very flat little manatee. There we go. Yay. Love him. Yay. Very flat. Very flipped. He still needs to be stuffed and then have a triangle of thread to like sculpt his face to make him a little bit more manatee shaped. But that'll be tomorrow after he is washed out. For today, he is finished. No, we don't need that piece of thread. There we go. There's my second manatee. Also flipped. So good at this game. Oops, I need to stitch a little bit further on that one. There we go. Again, flip that manatee. Oh shit, I need to put my own in. Oops. Okay. There's that guy with a little blue thread he doesn't need. guy over there and go plug in the phone because it is doing some death and dying. There we go. There's the fourth manatee. Ah. Okay, they need to get a bath before they are stuffed. They, oh, minus that thread. You don't need that thread. They are done. Okay, so I've finished my poor manatees. I've finished my owlbear. I don't think I'm going to do the other owlbear because I forgot I need to wash this one and then stuff it. I was just going to stuff it and then see how the next one worked. Not going to do that. So I think instead I'm going to work on some hornet bits. Let's see. I think we'll move you right here. You can sit in front of the mat. Right there. And I think I'm done with these guys. So I need a bucket for them, which I don't have a bucket for them right now. Oh, my fingers are turning so blue and green. That's good. There's a bucket. All of these guys are getting bucketed so I can wash them later this evening, then let them dry. I will finish all of them tomorrow. My another owl bear is going wait, Making that slightly smaller and moving it up. Hmm. I don't like my to-do list on this screen. Oh well. Oh, you know, it. Hmm. Okay, there we go. I'm just being finicky about tiny little things. Things that ultimately do not matter in the slightest, but they do to me. Okay. Hornet Silk Song. I need to get my turn out. Hollow Knight Hornet. The bits. Oh, a bunch of these are the old pattern bits. Okay, hang on. Which pattern bits do I actually need? Not these ones. I think those ones? Okay, well, that's the arm. Here's her cape. Other cape. Nope. Here's her leg. Face. Her back and her front. Her hornet horn. Inner arm, outer arm. Her neck. And the back of her head. Okay, so that should be everything. I need my red fabric. Let's start with her cape, I think, just because that is like the cotton bit. Neck bit goes there. Let's not lose the bits. How far does this have to reach? This goes 9 inches. What's the best way to cut this out of this fabric? I can get the 2 out of here. And if I put this here, that's probably gonna be the best way to do it. Hang on, I'm calculating things. Yeah, I wouldn't have enough for more than that. But this would be every 15 inches. I get a cape out of every 15 inches. If I do it this way, I don't have enough, I don't think, for another cape there. Yeah. But I'm gonna have to do it this way to get the most capes out of the fabric. So every 15 inches, I can cut a cape. Right there. This one right here. 15 inches per cape. Okay. Not you. Square, go back up here. Got it lining. Good. That's at the 30 line. This is at the 15 line. That's 15 inches there. Move these guys out of the way. That can be out of the way. There's a second cape. Oops. Hit that. Here is a third cape. And we've got a little chunk left. Let's see. That's just shy of 2 more capes. Oh man, I could probably fit 2 more out of there. It's fine. Okay. There'll be 2 more capes in there. Goes away. And this. Fold right there. Fold right there. Wonderful. There's one cape cut out. There's the little collar. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I can fit another one right in there. Okay. So if I fit 2 more in this area, can I cut out that one? Maybe just. I can get another collar out of here, out of this fold. Yeah. Then I will definitely have enough fabric left for the other 2. Because I said I need 15 inches, but that's for the cape and the collar. If I can get the collar out of here, then I need less than 15 for one of the capes. And that will be perfect. Hell yeah. Okay, so there's an extra collar. And probably get another collar out of this one too. So both of those last 2 capes will just the cape part, not the collar. Let me flip that over here. I want to be able to see that raw edge there. Fold goes here. Let me actually fold this to like here. That is on the fold. That will be for another collar. Oops, I want it to go. You know what I should be doing for these little guys? I have different cutting mats that I can put down and actually spin. I should be using that on. I can actually spin it without spinning the fabric. Let me try that. Spend an hour trying to figure out how to get your license plate replaced, move to a new car. Hey, new car, yay! Congrats on the new car. Less congrats on having to go to the DMV. Not congrats on the new car. Oh no! Well, less congrats on crashing then. Poor car. We're injured. Okay, I was just gonna ask. It was just the car that is gone. Well, I mean, obviously, you and Judo are right here. Neither of you are gone, but no injuries is a good thing. Okay, decent enough. But rip car, that sucks. Well, I'm glad neither of you guys were injured. Whew. I think I actually want to cut them out of here. You go this way. Yeah. I don't think I need to cut out two more collars from the extra. They only have the fabric for two capes, and they have two extra collars already. But they don't really have any other purpose for this stuff. I guess that can be scrap for later. Okay, that is all of my capes. I don't know how many I cut out. It was a bunch. I think hopefully three. Yes, three capes, five collars. Two, three, four, five collars. Okay. One, two, these are the extra collars. One, two. Here's some extra collars. And there we go. Okay. I'm going to put the extra collars with the extra red fabric. I think I'm going to stitch these guys up just because they are the cotton, so I can finish them up before I start cutting into the minky. Oops. I need my markers. Okay, I think I got ink on all of those layers. I don't know if I actually need to pin these beyond that midpoint. I might just do that center point there to pin. Because everything else kind of stretches into place. But the center point should at least be the same so that actually centered on her cape, on her little dress cloak thing. That was how many? One, two, three. Okay. 4, 5, 6. Okay. I thought I only had 5. It was like, wait a minute. Where'd the other layer go? Okay. I'm going to take these over and stitch them. I'm going to need red thread for that, not blue. It's like the opposite of the color that I need. Red bobbin. And red thread. Why do you have stuff like your fuzzies? You don't need these fuzzies in your spring. That is unnecessary fuzzums. Yeah, like look at that. That is way too many fuzzums. There's no call for that many fuzzums, dude. Oh, Bernard. The man be fuzzin'. Starting here. We'll take that pin before I hit it, just because this cotton fabric, it does not shift as much as Minky, so if I do hit the pin, it's more likely to hit it and not. There's one little cape. Ooh. Whoa, what are you doing? Don't eat your thread. Uncool. Good lord. What happened there, dude? That's uncool. There's like no call for that at all. Get rid of that snarly knot. And let's see what you did wrong. Ah, I need this. Oh, you're fuzzy all over again. Let's defuzz you a bit. Too much fuzzing packed in your teeth there, dude. That's like full on felt. You're looking pretty good. Okay. You're just being silly about things. Okay, let's rethread you up. The manatees are just flat. I put them in a bucket because they all need to be washed. So they are just bucketing right now with the very flat owl bear as well. So nobody got stuffed or finished. They'll be finished tomorrow. They are just being flat. Okay. Ready to try a second time there, Thomas? Or oh, Bernard. Oh, you're not Thomas. You're Bernard, and you're causing problems. Gonna blame Thomas for your faults. Okay. Gonna be good about this, right? Okay. I am gonna get rid of that extra thread because I don't need that inside of the cape. Very nice. Ooh, that is right on the edge of the fabric. Okay, we're not eating our thread anymore. You have been fed. Go. Two more. Just lay flat. Right there. Right there. Good. Good. Thank you. Mm. Okay. Manatees. Ha 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 ha. You're banned. Banned for terrible puns. That's one cape. These I am actually going to pin just because it's going to be a very long semicircle around. And I don't want to pull and stretch one more than I do the other. So it's going to get like 4, maybe 5 pins in here. Now you're banned anyways. It's happened. Too late. Bad puns get banned. I've done it. Yeah, 5 pins probably. That'll just keep me from stretching it in the wrong way. Um, actually, I'm gonna just leave the top part alone for now. I'll come back and get those lined up to stitch after that bottom section is done. That way it stays mostly flat. Good side up and good side down. Oh, beep. Three, 4, this one is Good side up. Move you there. And this one is good side down. Here, third, fourth. Ah, I'm bad at pinning. The fifth. Okay. That is enough pins to keep me from stretching it. I get to sew around those three edges now. Then I'll come back and sew around that top part of the collar, and then I have to sew up the sides together in the donut way, which I hate because it's just super messy and looks catastrophic, and then it works out fine at the end. Okay, back to the machines. Think. There. Pin can come out now. There's one. There's two. Okay, there's three. For the top section, I might just stay at the machine to pin that. Because it's not going to lay down flat anyways. Whoop. Yeah. One more pin right here. Okay. There's top and bottom of the cape. I'm going to do the tops of the other two, and then I'll deal with the donut to close it. Ugh. And go top and bottom of the second cape. Okay. Okay, there's the third cape. Now for the donut. By the way, I think right side out and then stitch it. I forget the donut thing. Yeah, I flip it and then I stitch it. Okay. I got this. This is going to get plenty of pins. And those fold down to the body. Good. And these connect at the bottom here. I go a little bit beyond here. And this crazy looking mess. We'll stitch all this up and then we'll come back and do the other side as well. Okay. Ah, donut. Whew. That out. My pokey stick. Flatten you there. Yes, thank you. Slight turn. Wow. That was a little dramatic. There, fold flat, all good. Right to the edge. Up again. Oh, this is a mess. Okay. Make sure you're not stitching on more than the 2 layers you're supposed to be. Squish a whole bunch of stuff inside. Cool beans. Hey, that worked. What a good donut. Ugh, wait. Iron should go straight here. Slight turn. Okay, then this whole thing becomes a cape. Flipped through the little remaining hole. perhaps. Come on. Ah, there we go. A cape with all of the seams on the inside. Hell yeah. Come on. Cape, behave. There we go. And then the only part that is still open and needs to be stitched shut is that little like 1 inch spot there at the bottom. Hell yeah, the donut. So this all needs to be ironed and pressed, and all the edges need to be unfolded outwards. But that will be done later. I'm going to get all 3 of these stitched up. And then tonight, while I'm washing everything else, I will also press these guys. Then they do need little tiny stitches along the bottom and top edges just to keep everything together once it is stitched out. I'll go around and stitch down those edges, but that's a tomorrow thing. You're brushing out Graham. Hmm. I vacuumed just recently, so I only have like 2, 3 days worth of fuzzums. But I do have a lot of fuzzums, and mine are all really short. So I think Graham's fur is longer. So you might have the furrier, but I think in terms of fuzz, I've got the tiny little bits that turn into fuzz. Yours might be messier. Mine's fuzzier. Ooh, fluff. You might have the fluffier. I think fluff, cat fluff counts as fluff. Cat fur counts as fluff. Where right? Cats might be fluffier than my craft room. But in terms of fuzz, I think I've got you beat. Okay, flip that right side out. Time for another donut. What is that little thread doing? You don't need that. Goes here. Then these two. Ah, stab. These two go. Mm, It is 5 to, I think when I finish these 3 capes, that's gonna be it for tonight. I might be done after the capes just because my neck and shoulder are hurting. So I think I'm gonna go like take it a little bit easy, do all the washing up and everything that I need for the manatees and everybody for tomorrow. So not as late as I was kind of planning on streaming, but I got my manatees done. I got my owl bear done. Tomorrow will be a continuation of Big Owl Bear, as long as Small Owl Bear actually works. Like once I stuff him up, those legs, if that works, then I'll make Mom Owl Bear. I'm pretty sure it's gonna work. It looks right. Like I'm 99% confident at this point. But just to be 100% sure, I do want to stuff him up. So tomorrow will be Mom Owl Bear and see how long that takes me and how much I can get done after that. Whatever extra time I have, I think will be more Hornet plushie making. Whew. Stuff you right in there. You good? Where's my starting? Down here. Yes. Okay. This is where I start. Go. Flatten you down in. What are you doing, Pin? Why are you dancing? Turn. Stuff everything inside. Very nice. Very cool. Flatten you back out. Okay. Whew. There's a second cape. Absolutely ridiculous looking thing. There we go. There's the second cape. Hello, Rogue. I'm almost actually done streaming for the day. Wait, is it ads? Oh, I don't know. I'm almost done streaming. I'm gonna finish up this final cape and then I'm probably done. Tomorrow will be Owl Bear, and then after, if I've got time, I'll be doing more of Hornets. Um, but after the capes, I'm done for the day. Or at least done with the stream for the day. I still have to wash the dudes out. Whew. And this goes down. There, match up those seams. Is two seams. Woo hoo, bad seam. Ah, stab. That was a rude stab. Okay, go this side here. Whoop. That's a little higher up. I'm gonna here. I'm gonna need that pin. Don't need that pin. Okay, stuff all that back inside. Yeah, stay flat. Okay. That is going to be the last thing I do today on stream. Well, I guess I can unfold this out. This is going to be the last thing. I'm so good at stabbing. Also, I said hello, Rogue, but I'm not sure if I was actually in ads or not. So, hello, Rogue, if you didn't hear me. I'm going to finish up stream here today because it's been what, like 5.5, close to 6 hours ish. Not as long as I was kind of planning, but my shoulder's hurting, so I want to go not do things that involve standing up with me using my shoulder. Um, I will be back tomorrow streaming. Yeah, nope, that's fine. I'm very bad at starting to talk right when the ads are on. I don't have my little notification of when I have to shut up. I'll be doing that in the next, what, like 2, 3 months, because I'm very bad at planning things and then doing them on a timely schedule. But I will be back tomorrow, probably streaming around 10 a.m. Eastern time. I will be making, well, I'll be finishing up these guys. So the little owl bear here who is super flat and squishy. I'll be finishing him up. Little ears, ear fluffs in his little mouth. Finishing him up so that I can make sure that the way I attach the legs will work for the mom owl bear. And then I'll be making the mom owl bear, who is super tall and much larger with the embroidery and bits, everything there. And depending on how far I finish that, I'll finish her hopefully to the flat stage as well, because then they need a bath before they get stuffed. So I'll be finishing her tomorrow, and then depending on what kind of time I have after that, I've got orders for 2 hornets. So I need to work on those 2, and I'm making a 3rd one just so that I have an extra. So I will be working on them until I give up streaming tomorrow. Stuffing the manatees as well. They need to be stuffed, but that's not going to be very much time at all. So, yep, it'll be finishing up this guy, finishing up those 4 guys, and then making the large mom owl bear, and then hornet with whatever time I have left. So, who can I raid today? Open. Who be streaming? Oh, you know what? Grassy Run is, and playing Silk Song. So I'm gonna send somebody there. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I will see you tomorrow then. If not, no worries. Thank you for stopping by today. Sorry it was right at the end of my stream there. But I will be back tomorrow working on more stuff there. So I'm going to have people raid Grassy Wren, because he's playing Silk Song, and I'm really all about the Silk Song right now. And I really like Hornet, so We go there. There we go. Have a great rest of your night too. Bye. Love you all. Bye.